and adventures. Tonight you're a medieval apothecary in a cozy little corner of the world, with no name, but with many joys and little honest adventures. Everyone who walks through your door, from the loftiest of lords to the poorest of urchins, has a problem that only you, with your extensive knowledge of herbs, brews, and elixirs, can solve. Some folks have the best of intentions, and others hide dark deeds behind piety and honeyed words, and some just need help for a hangover, or achy bones or something as a master of your craft. It's up to you to navigate these situations and be the pillar of the community. They've come to know you as, and if you enjoy what I do here, and want a way to support the channel, then consider checking out my Patreon linked down below. But for now, go ahead and dust off your alembic and scales, dry off your herbs, and get cozy. Let's get started. You wake to the sound of good wife Himmel's rooster. It's always that thrice-damned bird who, for some reason, believes with unshakable conviction that dawn arrives a full hour before the sun has any intention of rising. There are some days where you're thankful for the quick lifting of sleep's veil, and others where you wish to bask in the sleepy haze a little longer. Today is the second, so you burrow deeper into your blankets. For one stolen moment more, trying not to focus on the day's work. But there's tinctures to be bottled, the herbs to be bundled, old Werner's gout remedy, that absolutely must be ready by midday, lest you endure another of his lengthy lectures on the decline of service, and the state of current youth. The morning light, when it finally does arrive, comes honey gold through your small window. The dust motes turn into tiny dancers when they catch the light, and you watch them lazily through half-lidded eyes. Then you rise stretching until your shoulders pop most satisfyingly, and pad across the floor to your wash basin. The water is cool, but not cruelly, so autumn has been gentle this year, thankfully, and you splash it across your face with vigor. You dress in your working clothes, a good wool hose, and your favorite tunic. It's the blue one, faded from many washings, but made all the more comfortable. And over this you wear your apron. Your apron. It might look like a tired, old thing to the untrained eye, but to you it's a mark of your trade. It's stained with the purple of elderberry, the yellow of turmeric, the brown of walnut hulls, and a very stubborn green spot from that incident with the nettle extract that you prefer not to dwell upon. Down the narrow stairs you descend, running your hand along the smooth wall, and emerge into your shop, your kingdom, your domain, your beloved organized chaos. The morning light streams through your front windows. The way all the colors look bathed in it looks magical. Your shop is a marvel of useful clutter. The walls are lined floor to ceiling with shelves, and upon these shelves sits your collection. You've got earthenware jars labeled in your own hand, and to be honest, you've always been rather proud of your lettering, especially as you were one of the only few literate folk in the village. There's wooden boxes with tight-fitting lids, clay pots sealed with wax, and baskets woven from willow withies. Each container holds its treasure, like feverfew for headaches, chamomile for sleeplessness, mint for digestion, for vein, for well, for when the village wives and warlocks need to feel they're doing something terribly mysterious and ancient, though truly it's just rather good for minor wounds hanging from your ceiling beams, are bundles upon bundles of drying herbs, They create this illusion of a canopy of green and brown and purple lavender rosemary, sage thyme, yarrow mugwort. They hang like fragrant pendants. And whenever someone enters with enough force to stir the air, they sway gently, releasing little whispers of scent. In the corner you keep your food stores, because an apothecary who forgets to eat is of no use to anyone. There's a small barrel of apples from Farmer Oldrich's orchard. He'd been most generous in return after you traded him. A very effective remedy for his cart horse's cough. And there's a wheel of hard cheese wrapped in cloth, a crock of honey from the monastery's hives, dried fish hanging from hooks, a basket of walnuts, and, of course, your greatest treasure, a small clay jar of cinnamon, purchased at outrageous expense from a traveling merchant and used only sparingly for special occasions. But the heart of your shop, the beating working heart, is your bench. It sprawls across the middle of the room, scarred and stained and utterly beloved. Here is where the work happens. Your mortar and pestle sit ready. The mortar's bowl is worn smooth as silk. From years of grinding seeds and roots and leaves, it's not even technically yours. It was passed down from the previous owner, who in turn had inherited it from the one before. Your knives are arranged in order of size, from the tiny blade you use for delicate work to the heavy chopper for roots and bark. A large bronze scale stands proud, with its collection of weights lined up like soldiers. Glass vessels of every size and shape crowd together, vials, bottles, jars, some clear as water, others of green or amber glass. But oh, it has repaid that cost 100-fold. Its round cucurbit, its graceful neck, its coiling serpent tube. You've actually given it a name, though you'd never admit this to anyone. You begin your day, as you always do, with fire and water. The hearth needs tending first. You kneel before it, rolling up your sleeves, and set about clearing yesterday's cold ashes into your ash bucket. These you'll save. Good ashes make good lye, and good lye makes good soap, and good soap keeps a village healthy. Everything connects to everything in this work of yours. You build your fire with the ease of routine. A nest of dried grass and small twigs goes in first. Then you strike your flint against steel, crack, crack, sending a shower of sparks dancing onto your char cloth. A tiny ember glows red. You cup your hands around it and blow gently, steadily, and are rewarded with a small flame. You've got to feed it carefully, adding slightly larger twigs, then small branches, then proper logs. Soon you have a cheerful fire crackling away, and you feel an absurd but genuine affection for it in the harsh winter months. A good fire can save a life. Your copper kettle goes onto its hook above the flames, filled with fresh water. From the large ceramic jug by your door, you'll have to head to the well at some point to refill it while it heats. You turn to the pleasant business of breakfast. From your stores you gather a thick slice of yesterday's bread from the baker, which is still fresh enough, a wedge of the hard cheese, an apple, and, because it's going to be a busy day and you'll need fortification, a small handful of walnuts. You arrange these on your wooden trencher with the care and respect that even simple meals deserve. You cut the cheese into neat slices. The knife presses through the wedge with a satisfying firmness. You tear the bread with your hands. There's something deeply pleasing about the way it yields, showing its tender crumb. You core the apple with your small knife, and take one half, keeping the other for later. The water begins to sing. It's not quite boiling, but steaming and murmuring to itself, perfect. You reach for the small crock of spiced pumpkin mash you prepared last eve. It's a mix of roasted gourd blended with honey milk, a touch of that precious expensive cinnamon and crushed clove. You spoon a generous dollop into your favorite mug and pour the hot water over it. You follow that through with a swirl of milk, and the mixture turns a warm golden amber. As you stir, you cradle the mug in both hands, breathing in the sweet, spiced smell that reminds you of the harvest fairs and cold evening romances. You take your first sip. It's creamy, rich, and comforting. Now you might say, "But Fox, I'm lactose intolerant. This is totally ruining my immersion." And to that I say, you're a medieval apothecary. You can just whip up a quick fix for that. You'll be all right, mate. Now this is a proper start to a long day's work. You think simple, heartening, and entirely your own sort of lavish luxury, even so far away. From the castles and kitchens of the kingdom, you eat standing at your workbench, but you really do love watching the village wake up. Through your open door, the street outside is coming alive with the day's business. Young Asher races past with his father's message bag, nearly colliding with Mistress Cobb, who is sweeping her front step with tremendous gusto and providing editorial commentary on boys who don't watch where they're running. The blacksmith apprentice trundles by with a wheelbarrow of charcoal, leaving a small trail of black dust. From somewhere down the lane comes the sound of the baker's boy calling out his wares. Hot pies, meat pies. Get them while they're hot. You take a bite of bread and cheese together. The cheese is sharp and crumbly. The bread still has a hint of yeast sweetness, and consider your day's orders. Young Flint stopped by yesterday afternoon, his cap in his hands, asking most politely if you might make up another pot of the joint salve. For his mother, her hands are painting her something fierce. With the cold coming on, he'd said, and you'd seen the worry in his eyes. He's a good lad, Flint, always thinking of his mother. The miller's wife needs a cough syrup for her little ones. There's a cough going around the village, nothing serious but bothersome, especially for children trying to sleep. Father Benedict will want his weekly supply of willow bark for the monastery's infirmary. The good father is getting on in years, and while his spirit remains vigorous, his back gives him trouble. And then there's that other request, the one that came late yesterday, just as you were preparing to close up a figure in a hood speaking low, asking for something to help with a difficult situation. The way they'd said it, the way they'd glanced around, it had set something uneasy stirring in your belly. You'd asked clarifying questions, of course, as any responsible apothecary must, and what you'd gleaned had not sat well with you at all. But that's a problem for later in the day. You finish your breakfast, drain the last of your drink, wipe your hands on your apron, and turn to face your shelves. Flint's mother needs her salve. You've made this particular preparation dozens of times. Really, it's one of your most requested remedies, especially as autumn turns to winter, and the cold settles into old bones and older joints. You gather your supplies first, everything in its place, everything to hand from the shelf. You take down your jar of rendered goose fat. You actually prepared this yourself last spring. It was a messy but necessary task. The fat must be melted slowly, carefully strained through cloth, until it's pure white and smooth as silk, then poured into jars to solidify. The result is your base neutral and stable, able to carry other ingredients into the skin You scoop several large spoonfuls into your smallest bronze pot and set it at the edge of the fire, where the heat is gentle. If it's too hot, you'll destroy the good properties of the herbs you'll add, but then again, too cool and nothing will blend properly. This is the art of it, you think. Not just knowing what to mix, but understanding how, while the fat softens, you turn to your herbs for joint ache. You need wintergreen arnica and St. John's wort. Each serves a purpose, and together they're remarkably effective. The wintergreen is first. You open its jar and the scent rises sharp and clean. It always makes you think of deep forests and cold streams. You take a small handful of the dried leaves and place them in your mortar. The pestle is heavy and cool in your hand. As you begin to grind, there's a rhythm to it. Press, turn, and you can feel the leaves breaking down. Releasing their oils, the smell intensifies. You grind until you have a coarse, powdery paste, green-gray and potent. Next, the arnica. These flowers are precious. They grow only in certain high meadows, and you gather them yourself each summer, climbing up to where the air is thin and clear. Even dried, they keep their golden yellow color. You place them in a second mortar and grind them to powder with a gentler hand. Arnica is powerful, but very delicate. Finally, St. John's wort. When you crush the tiny, dried flowers between your fingers, they release a faint resinous scent. Into the third mortar they go, and you grind them thoroughly, humming to yourself an old tune your mother used to sing, something about a maiden and a well and a promise kept. The goose fat has melted now into a clear, shimmering liquid. You add your 3 powders to it, one at a time, stirring with a wooden rod after each addition. The mixture transforms, at first pale green from the wintergreen, then taking on golden notes from the arnica, finally settling into a color like late summer grass. You stir in steady circles, always the same direction. For this, it's something your old master taught you. He said it was about keeping the properties unified, though you suspect it's more habit than necessity. But habits in this work can be comforting. The scents mingle and marry, and you breathe them in happily. You pour the mixture into a small clay jar, smooth the top with your stirring rod, and set it aside to cool and solidify. By afternoon, it will be ready, and you'll tie it with string and a small cloth cover. You've just set it aside. When you hear footsteps approaching, it's a brisk, purposeful stride. Into your shop steps Martin the huntsman, his leather jerkin, still bearing leaves and bits of forest debris, and he's got his bow slung across his back. There's an excitement in his eyes, the kind of look a fellow gets when he's planning something important. "Good morrow, friend, a fine day indeed," he says, his voice booming in your small shop. "I've need of your skills, and I'll pay proper coin for it." "Good morrow, Martin," you reply, giving a friendly smile. "What brings you from the forest today?" He leans forward as if about to reveal a secret, even though there's no one else in the shop. "'Tis the Duke's hunt 3 days hence. It's a big affair, boar hunting in the old forest. I've been hired as one of the beaters, and if I perform well, there's talk of a permanent position. In the Duke's household, his grin is infectious. But I'll need an edge, you understand, something to keep me sharp from dawn till dusk, to steady my hands, to make my eyes keen, even in the deep forest shadows." You nod, understanding exactly what he's asking for. You want Bowman's brew. If that's the very thing, I've heard tell you can make it proper, not like the swill that traveling charlatan was selling. Last market day gave me the runs for a week that did, and no improvement to my shooting at all. Bowman's brew is one of the more complex preparations, and it took you a while to make your first one. Correctly, you can't just throw herbs together and hope for the best. It needs precision from the very start, all the way to proper distillation. I can make it, you say, but it will take the better part of the morning. To prepare properly, it requires distillation, and that cannot be rushed, Time Martin says, producing a small leather purse that clinks promisingly. And I'll pay your standard fee plus extra for the urgency. You wave away talk of extra payment. For now, let me see what you need. Come keep me company and watch, if you like. There's no secret to it, only skill and patience. Martin settles onto your bench, diving into one of his tailies, from the many hunts he's been on, and you turn to your stores once more. Bowman's brew. Now, this is interesting work. The brew needs several components working in harmony. You need rosemary for mental clarity and focus, betony for steadying the nerves, eyebright for keenness of vision, and ginseng root for sustained vigor. But these alone aren't enough. You need a base that will extract their essences properly and preserve them. You begin with aqua vita. You keep this under lock and key, as one should always be mindful of alcohol in your shop, lest the village drunkards treat your establishment as they would a tavern or bathhouse. From your locked cupboard, you retrieve your precious bottle of aqua vita, water of life, the strongest spirit you possess. The monks at the monastery distill this from wine, passing it through their great copper alembic again and again, until what remains is something that burns clear and fierce, something that can extract properties from plants that nothing else can touch. You purchased this bottle 2 months ago, and you use it sparingly. It'll strip the bark from your throat. If you drink it straight, but for our purposes, it's perfect. Watch. You begin gathering your herbs. First is the rosemary. You have fresh sprigs as well as dried, and for this preparation fresher is better. You take down a bundle hanging from your rafters, and the woody stems release their pine-sharp aroma. You strip the needle like leaves from several sprigs, gathering perhaps 2 small handfuls. These you place on your cutting board and begin to chop. Your knife rocks in steady rhythm, tap, 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 and the rosemary releases its volatile oils into the air. It's invigorating. Clearing the head just from the chopping, you scrape the finely chopped rosemary into a small pile next betony. This you have dried the leaves and flowers together. Betony is a curious plant. It's common enough in the meadows, with its spike of purple flowers, but possessed of remarkable properties for calming anxiety without causing drowsiness. Archers especially prize it. Some are known to pick it fresh and chew the plant while on the hunt, even though this method of consumption hurts their stomach something terrible a few hours later. You measure out a generous handful and add it to your mortar, grinding it into a coarse powder. The scent is herbal, slightly bitter, but grounding eyebright is a small plant, with its white flowers marked with yellow and purple, and it grows in the high pastures. The old wives say it resembles an eye, and therefore it must be good for eyes. Doctrine of signatures, they call it. You've never been certain about such theories, but you cannot deny that eyebright, properly prepared, does seem to improve visual acuity. You take about 2 dozen of the dried flowers and leaves, keeping them whole for now. Finally, ginseng root. This is among your most expensive ingredients purchased from the same traveling merchant who sold you the cinnamon. The root is pale and twisted, roughly the size of your little finger, and it cost you nearly a week's earnings. But for sustained energy, without the jittering nervousness that some herbs cause, there is nothing better. You take your heavy knife and shave thin slices from the root. The sound of screech, screech. Screech echoes throughout the shop. Now for the extraction. In a clean glass cucurbit, you place all your prepared herbs. The aquavit goes in next, and you watch as it flows over the plant matter. Immediately, you can see the liquid beginning to tint green, from the rosemary and eyebright, and now we let the spirit do its work. You tell Martin, but we must help it along with gentle heat. You set the cucurbit in a holder over your fire, but you've banked the coals to create only the gentlest warmth. This must steep and warm slowly while this begins its work. You turn to the second component, the honey wine base, from your stores. You take a clay bottle of sweet white wine. This is different from the red wine you use for cough syrups. You pour a pint into a copper pot. Why wine and aqua vita both? Martin asks, leaning forward with genuine interest. Ah, good question. You say pleased and quite surprised by his curiosity. The aqua vitae extracts the deepest essences from the herbs, the properties that give clarity and vigor. But aqua vita alone is too fierce and too drying in its nature. The wine softens it and adds its own virtues. Wine strengthens the blood. You see, and good blood carries our medicines to where they're needed. You add honey to the wine, a generous dollop. Martin leans over. Examining it, I take it. The honey must also have some property or another that lends itself well to the brew. He asks his question, hopefully an earnest attempt at sounding intellectual. You stifle a laugh as you explain that the honey is just a personal touch of yours for a pleasing taste. This mixture, yes, but Martin is paying well, and saffron adds a brightness, a lifting quality that suits a huntsman's brew. The aqua vita extraction has been steeping for almost an hour now. You remove it from the fire and examine it critically. The liquid has taken on a deep green-gold color, and when you wave your hand over it, the vapors that rise are layered. The rosemary is dominant, but with undertones of all your other herbs. Now comes the filtration. You take a clean piece of linen cloth. You keep several of these, washed and boiled until they're pristine, and drape it over a glass receiving vessel carefully. You pour your aquavitae extraction through the cloth. The liquid filters through slowly, leaving behind the spent plant matter. What collects? And your vessel is clear and deeply colored. That's the heart of it, you tell Martin, who has been watching raptly. The concentrated essence, the honey wine, has warmed and melded together beautifully. You remove it from the heat and let it cool slightly. You don't want to mix hot and cold too quickly. In a larger vessel, you combine the honey wine and the aqua vita extraction. The proportions matter. Too much of the harsh spirits, and the brew will be too fierce, and it will lack potency. You've made this enough times to know the balance by eye. It should be roughly 2 parts honey wine to 1 part extraction. You stir it together with your wooden rod. Watching the liquid swirl and blend, the color is beautiful. Like sunlight through forest leaves, it almost seems a shame to drink it. It seems fit for display. This must now breathe you, tell Martin. The components need time to marry properly, to become one thing. Rather than several things mixed together, you bottle the mix and tell the huntsman to keep it tucked in his pouch. Away from direct light, this will sit for 4 hours. Only then will it be ready to drink. And I must warn you, Bowman's brew is potent. You must use it correctly. I'll write you down some instructions. Have one of the nobles on the hunt read this aloud to you if you forget. You take a small piece of parchment and begin to write in your careful hand. Bowman's brew for keenness of eye and steadiness of hand. Take one small sip upon waking before you break your fast. Take one generous sip at midday. Take no more than this in one day. Lest you find yourself unable to sleep, keep from flame. This preparation contains strong spirits. You'll have enough here for 3 days. You tell Martin use it wisely. And mark my words, do not exceed the dose. I've known men and women who thought more would work better, and they spent the night pacing and jittering like cats. Martin laughs. I'll heed your warning, good apothecary. I've no desire to meet the boar's tusks while unable to hold my bow steady. He produces his leather purse and counts out coins. Generous payment, more than you asked for. Nay, please, I insist for the skill and speed. He says when you try to protest, you've given me an edge for the Duke's hunt, and that's worth more than a few extra pennies. You accept with grace, and Martin departs, tucking the bottle carefully into his pack, and striding back toward the forest path. The shop feels suddenly quiet in his oh, there. Happy tidings, calls a young voice, and into your shop bounds Timothy, the baker's youngest son, carrying a linen-wrapped bundle that smells absolutely divine. Father sent me with these still warm from the oven. He sets the bundle on your workbench and unwraps it with great pride. Inside are 2 pastries, golden flaky and studded with pieces of pear, glistening with glaze. Your father is too generous. You say, though your stomach growls at the sight of them between the early breakfast and all the morning's work. Your suddenly ravenous father says it's naught but fair return. Timothy says, grinning, ever since you gave him that leaven life elixir, his bread rises twice as fast and twice as high. He says he owes you more than a few pastries, and his back doesn't ache any more from all that kneading. Says the dough practically kneads itself now. You smile fondly, remembering that particular preparation. Tell your father I'm most grateful. You say, taking one of the pastries, the second you wrap carefully and set aside for later. You'll have it with evening tea. Timothy waves and darts back out into the street. You stand at your workbench and bite into the pastry. For a moment you close your eyes in pure pleasure. It's perfect. The crust shatters delicately under your teeth. Each layer is distinct and buttery. The pear filling is sweet tart, and the glaze adds a final touch of richness that makes it hard to slow your bites. This is what mastery tastes like. You think the baker's craft perfected, just as you strive to perfect yours. The shop is quiet, the fire crackling softly, the autumn sun slanting through your windows in golden bars. Outside you can hear the village going about its midday business. Goodwife Hemmel's voice is once again raised in some dispute with the fishmonger. Someday you'll have to find out what this feud is about, but for now, you're content to just laugh at the spectacle. You finish your pastry, licking the last of the sugar from your fingers, and rinsing your hands in the wash basin. Then you reach beneath your workbench. Your hand finds what it's seeking, your sketchbook, leather bound and precious. You purchased this book 2 years ago from a traveling peddler and never regretted it. The paper inside is good quality and is smooth enough for both writing and drawing. It's become a journal of sorts, a record of your days, your thoughts, your observations of the world passing by your door. You settle onto your stool, with the sketchbook open on your lap, and retrieve a piece of charcoal from the small box where you keep such things. The charcoal is smooth in your fingers, leaving a pleasant, dusty feeling on your skin. You begin to sketch first from memory. You draw Martin the way he sat on your bench earlier, one leg stretched out, his bow leaning against the wall. The charcoal scratches pleasantly across the paper as you capture the line of his profile, the texture of his leather jerkin, and the scarred hands. Of someone who makes a living with bow and blade, you're no trained artist, but you've developed a decent hand over the years. There's something meditative about it, this translation of the world into lines and shadows. Below Martin's portrait, you sketch the view from your doorway, the cobbled street with its central gutter, the overhanging upper story of the timber-framed house. Opposite, you had a small dog that's currently investigating something fascinating. Near the bakery, probably hoping for dropped crumbs. You turn the page and on impulse sketch a boar. You've never seen a wild boar yourself. Your life has been village-bound and forest-shy, but you've heard the hunters describe them. You draw it powerful and bristling, tusks curving up like wicked daggers, small eyes full of ancient fury, shoulders humped with muscle, a dangerous beast. You set down your charcoal and take up your quill. You keep ink and quill nearby for labeling preparations, but now you use them for writing. The Neeb scratches softly as you begin the first day of November. I pray he acquits himself well. He is a decent sort, steady and honest. May fortune favor him. Baker's boy Timothy brought pastries in. Thanks for the leaven life elixir I prepared for his father. Such gratitude is worth more than any coin to be paid. In the fruits of another's craft, to see one's work create ripples of goodness through the community. This is why I love this work. I must not forget to gather water by the well upon the morrow. In truth, I ought to have gone to gather it this morning, but the comforts of home and hearth against the outside chill were much too appealing. You pause, quill hovering over paper, and find yourself falling into deeper thought. I find myself wondering on this quiet afternoon, with my belly full and my hands idle, what path my life might have taken had I not apprenticed to the old master. Old when all those years ago would I have been brave like Martin, making my living in the forest with bow and cunning. I think not I startle at sudden noises, the one time I accompanied my father and the others. Hunting as a child, I felt such pity for the rabbit they shot, that I could not eat my portion of the stew that evening. The forest, for all its beauty, is not my realm. Perhaps I might have been a scribe, copying manuscripts in some monastery scriptorium, my fingers stained with ink instead of herb juice and tincture. The precision of it would suit me, but I think it would not be so fulfilling as this, the daily parade of souls seeking remedies, the satisfaction of easing pain and curing ailments, the feeling of being needed in immediate tangible ways. Scribes serve the future, while we apothecaries serve the now, or perhaps, and this thought makes me shudder, I might have been one of the poor wretches. Working the tin mines 3 valleys over, I saw them once on market day, come to town to spend their meager wages, gray-faced, coughing, stooped even when young old. before their time dark, brutal work that happens in the earth's belly, never seeing proper daylight. Breathing stone dust until their lungs turn to leather, they say even a strong fellow rarely lasts more than 10 years in those mines before the cough takes him. When I think of this possibility of what I might have been, had fortune been less kind, I am grateful beyond measure for Master Oldwood's kindness in taking me as apprentice. When I was but 12 years old and newly orphaned, he gave me this craft that allows me to live in daylight, to work with growing things, and see a kind smile from familiar faces. I am exactly where I am meant to be. You're reading over what you've written, feeling pleased with the way you've captured your thoughts when you hear heavy footsteps. You look up to see a figure in your doorway, robed in the dark habit of the monastery, and your pleasant afternoon mood deflates somewhat. It's Brother Weller, God's blessings upon this house. He intones, stepping into your shop without waiting for invitation. His voice is deep and sonorous, like the kind he uses when he wants to sound pious. But you've known him long enough to hear the hollowness beneath it, and upon you, Brother Weller, you reply, setting your sketchbook aside, "How may I be of service?" Brother Weller is 40 years old, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face that might have been handsome were it not perpetually arranged in an expression of disapproval and bitterness. His eyes are pale and cold, and he has a way of looking at people, particularly women, that makes them deeply uncomfortable. He serves as the monastery's almoner, responsible for distributing charity to the poor, which is a position that gives him authority he wields with evident relish. The village tolerates him because one must tolerate. The monastery's representatives, but few like him. He's known for his harsh judgments. Any woman who laughs too loudly is wanton. Any woman who speaks her mind is shrewish. Any woman who refuses his attention is prideful and in need of humbling. He couches all this in religious language, of course, speaks of modesty and virtue, but almost everyone knows what festers beneath those sanctimonious words. "I have need of a preparation," he says, moving to your workbench and standing too close, invading the space in that way. He has for the monastery garden. We've a terrible problem with weeds in the graveyard. Coarse, stubborn things, with deep roots that choke out the flowers we plant. For the dead, I need something that will weaken them, make them wither and fall away. He says this while looking directly at you, his pale eyes unblinking. You keep your expression. "Oh, various sorts," he says with a dismissive wave, "but particularly those with long trailing growth, the kind that spreads everywhere and needs to be taught its place. There's something in the way." He says this last part. That sends a prickle of unease down your spine. That'll take a powerful brew indeed. And Father Benedict has approved this, you ask carefully. Father Benedict, the elderly abbot, is a genuinely good man, patient and kind. Father Benedict leaves such practical matters to those of us with the time to handle them, Brother Weller says smoothly. He's much occupied with prayer and contemplation, but you'd wager a month's earnings that Father Benedict has no idea Brother Weller is here, requesting this particular preparation because you know exactly what Brother Weller is really asking for. The story is fresh enough that the whole village still speaks of it in hushed, gleeful tones. 3 weeks ago, Brother Weller had approached Eliza Applecombe after Sunday Mass. Eliza, the miller's daughter and 24 years young, was known throughout the village for having the most beautiful hair anyone has ever seen. Thick, lustrous waves of deep chestnut brown that fall nearly to her waist. She's a sweet-natured girl, kind and lively, who makes her living doing fine embroidery, and helping her father with his accounts. She was yet to wed, and in fact, seemed to have no desire to do so. Brother Weller had cornered her in the churchyard, and in his pompous way informed her that he had been observing her, that he found her acceptably modest, which was apparently high praise from him, and that he had been considering taking a wife. The monastery would grant him dispensation for marriage, he said, given his service, and that she should consider herself fortunate. That he'd chosen her Eliza to her credit had been polite but firm. She thanked him for the honor, but said she had no intention of marrying at present, and in any case she didn't feel they would suit. Predictably, Brother Weller had not taken this well. He'd raised his voice right there in the churchyard, with people watching, and told her she was prideful, that her beauty had made her vain, that she clearly thought too highly of herself and needed to be humbled, that she was like all women, caring only for foolish worldly things when she should be grateful for the spiritual guidance he could provide. Eliza had simply walked away, deciding that the prideful old man was not worth a scene and an outburst. Since then, Brother Weller has been even more insufferable than usual. He's preached twice at Sunday Mass about the sin of vanity and how beauty is fleeting and means nothing before God, sitting in her pew and paying him no mind, which seemed only to enrage him further. And now he's here, asking for something to weaken and make wither growth. You'd need to be exceptionally dense not to understand what he's really planning. You nod thoughtfully, moving to your shelves. I believe I have just the thing. You turn to your shelves, your back to him, and allow yourself a small, grim smile. Oh, you'll make him his preparation, certainly. Something that will weaken and destroy plant growth, just as he's asked, except you'll make very sure that if it happens to come into contact with human hair, say if someone were to sneak it into a woman's washing water or onto her pillow, it will do the exact opposite of what he intends. You begin gathering jars, selecting each one with care. Your hands find the dried black walnut holes first. You take several and set them on your cutting board. The heavy knife comes down on them with a thunk, splitting the hard holes into smaller pieces. These go into your copper pot. Next, you measure out a generous portion of dried horsetail. The segmented stems brittle between your fingers. Into the pot they go. Nettle root follows the dried pieces, woody and tough, and you add a good handful. You fill the pot with water from your kettle and hang it over the fire on its hook, adjusting it so it sits in the steady heat. The water will need to simmer for at least half an hour. While you wait, you take down another jar, this one filled with what appears to be pale powder. You measure out several spoonfuls into your mortar. To this you add just the smallest pinch from a different jar. You unstopper it carefully, and even from a distance, the sharp smell of sulfur escapes. Just a pinch, just enough for scent. Brother Weller's nose wrinkles from his seat. You grind the mixture in your mortar, the pestle moving in smooth circles. You even take a cloth and hold it over your nose and mouth as you work, as though the fumes are something to be wary of. The decoction over the fire begins to simmer, the water slowly darkening. As it draws out the essence of the holes and herbs, you tend the fire, adjusting a log. Keeping the heat steady, the shop fills with an earthy, almost overpowering aroma. Brother Weller waits sitting on your bench, his pale eyes following your movements. When enough time has passed, you take the pot from the fire and strain the liquid through a clean cloth into a glass vessel. What emerges is dark brown, murky, the color of strong tea or something more sinister. You hold it up to the light, examining it. The ground powder from your mortar goes in. Next, you stir it thoroughly with a glass rod, watching the liquid become cloudy, watching it take on an even more unpleasant appearance. Then you reach for your collection of oils. Sweet almond first, you pour a measure into the mixture. Then you pause, set down the almond oil, and instead reach for rosemary oil. A generous amount goes in lavender oil, follows just a few drops. Finally, cedarwood oil, which adds a medicinal, woody scent to the whole preparation. You stir it all together thoroughly until it becomes a unified mixture, dark, oily smelling of herbs and wood, and actually rather unpleasant from that tiny bit of sulfur. You pour it carefully into a dark glass bottle and press a cork firmly into place. This is quite potent, you tell Brother Weller, handing him the bottle. Use it sparingly. A few drops at the base of each weed should suffice. You might even dilute it further. A spoonful of this in a cup of water. How quickly will it work? His pale eyes gleam. These things take time, several applications over a week or two. The effects will be gradual. He looks faintly disappointed, but nods. He pulls out a purse and counts out coins without asking the price. Paying what he assumes is appropriate, you accept them silently. The Lord's work requires practical tools, he says, tucking the bottle into his habit. I'm glad to see you understand the necessity of rooting out problems. May your efforts bear the fruit you deserve. You reply evenly. He sweeps out without farewell, his heavy footsteps receding down the street. You stand at your workbench looking at the jars you used walnut hulls, which are known to darken and strengthen hair, to add shine and depth of color. Horsetail is rich in silica, one of the best herbs for strengthening hair. Skin and nails, a nettle root renowned for preventing hair loss and encouraging growth. Rosemary oil was legendary among the apothecaries and herbalists for stimulating hair growth. Lavender oil, excellent for scalp health. You've just made one of the finest hair tonics you've ever formulated, disguised as weed killer. But of course the good brother would not have known this. In his hubris he looked down upon the alchemical arts, seeing them as nothing more than pagan nonsense, with the occasional practical use, and so never bothered to learn about them. If Brother Weller uses it in the graveyard, it might not kill the weeds as thoroughly as he expects, though the bit of salt and real sulfur you added will do some damage to plants. But if he tries to use it on Eliza Applecobb's hair in whatever manner his nasty little mind has planned, then her hair will become even more lustrous, stronger, and possibly even darker and richer in color. You're cleaning your workbench, wiping away the residue from Brother Weller's preparation, when you hear a different sound outside, lighter footsteps accompanied by the click, click, click of claws on cobblestones, and enthusiastic panting. Into your shop bounds a scruffy brown dog, tongue lolling, tail wagging so hard its entire back half wags with it. Behind the dog comes a shearer, the village messenger boy, around 14 years old, all gangly limbs and sun-freckled face. Biscuits, slow down. Heel Asher says with no real authority, and the dog ignores him, completely making straight for you to sniff your boots and apron. With great interest. Good afternoon, Asha. You say, reaching down to scratch behind the dog's ears. Biscuit leans into the touch. What brings you here? Sorry to trouble you this early, Eve. Asher says, slightly out of breath. He's holding his leather message bag in one hand, and you can see his hose are torn at the knee. A fresh scrape visible beneath, still oozing a bit of blood. I was making my rounds this morning, delivering the kingdom pamphlets. You know about the new grain tax, and I took the corner by the bakers too fast, and went down hard on the stones. It's just a scrape, really, but it stings something fierce, and Mother said, I should have you look at it before it goes bad. Your mother is wise. You say, come, sit, let's see it. Asher settles onto your bench, stretching out his leg. The scrape is about the size of your palm. Angry red around the edges with bits of dirt and grit still embedded in it, not serious. But it needs proper tending. You tell him it'll sting a bit. But better a moment's sting now than fever later. You pour clean water from your jug into a bowl and add a splash of vinegar. The mild acid will help clean the wound. You take a clean cloth and begin gently washing away the dirt and debris. Asher hisses through his teeth, but holds still, while Biscuit sits nearby watching with concern, occasionally whining softly. Good lad, you tell Asha. Nearly done once the scrape is clean. You turn to your shelves for this. You need something simple but effective, a healing salve that will prevent corruption and speed the mending. You take down a small clay pot of the salve you prepared last week, comfrey root for healing, calendula for preventing infection, and plantain leaf for soothing, all mixed in a base of beeswax and olive oil. You scoop out a generous amount and spread it gently over the scrape. Asher relaxes visibly. The salve is cooling, soothing. Keep this clean and dry, you instruct. Apply more of this salve each morning and evening. No running through puddles, nor rolling about in dirt. I'm sure the king's... I said that the scrape should heal clean within a week. You hand him a small part of the salve to take home. Your mother will know how to apply it. Thank you kindly, Asher says, then hesitates, looking down at his feet. His cheeks color slightly. Is there? Would you have anything for Biscuit? For Biscuit, you ask, glancing at the dog who's now investigating your herb bundles. With great interest. Is she unwell? Oh, no. No, nothing like that, Asher says quickly. It's just when I went to the baker's yesterday to pick up bread for Mother. He gave me a little piece of honeycomb to eat while I walked, and Biscuit looked so sad watching me eat it, and I felt bad that she didn't get anything, so I wondered if maybe you had something nice for dogs. I can pay, he adds hastily, digging in his pocket. I've got 4 pennies from my message running this week. Your heart warms at this. The boy scraped his knee badly enough to need a salve, but he's thinking of his dog. Put your pennies away, you tell him. I think I have just the thing. You move to your food stores and consider. Dogs can't have everything humans can, but there are plenty of things they enjoy that are also good for them. You take a small wooden bowl, one you use for mixing, but it's clean, and begin assembling your creation. First a spoonful of the raw honey from your crock, then a small handful of oats, good for dogs, easy to digest. You add a few small pieces of the dried apple from your stores, chopping them finely, a tiny pinch of dried mint for fresh breath, and finally a few crumbles of the hard cheese. because what dog doesn't love cheese? You mix it all together with a small amount of water to make it slightly mushy and more appealing. Then set the bowl on the floor, Biscuit you call, and the dog's head whips around immediately. Come here, girl. Biscuit trots over, sniffs the bowl, and her tail begins wagging at tremendous speed. She looks up at you as if asking permission. Go on then, you say, and Biscuit dives in with enthusiasm, her whole face disappearing into the bowl. The sounds of happy eating fill your shop. Smacking, tail thumping against the floor. Asher is grinning so wide, you think his face might split. She loves it. Look at her. You know you ought to advertise this. I bet village folk from many towns over would want this. For their hounds you could call it a pup cup. A pup cup that does sound rather pleasing. You repeat with admiration. I quite like that young Asher. I might just do that. Biscuit finishes. Licks the bowl so thoroughly it's nearly clean, then sits and looks at you, with pure adoration in her eyes. Asher insists on paying something, so you let him give you a single penny, enough that he feels he's paid fairly, not so much that it burdens him. He tucks the pot of salve into his message bag, calls Biscuit to heel, who once again ignores him, and heads back out into the afternoon. Thank you kindly, and blessings upon you, he calls over his shoulder. And then boy and dog are gone. You're smiling as you clean the bowl Biscuit used when you notice someone coming up to the door with their slow, unsteady footsteps, accompanied by occasional pauses in their stride. Into your shop comes Maud Thornberry, the chandler's daughter, and she looks absolutely miserable. She's usually so energetic and full of life, but today, oh Lord, she moans, gripping the door frame. What an utter fool I am, well and truly. Maud, you say, trying not to laugh, as you hold her arm and guide her further in. She staggers to your bench and collapses onto it like a puppet with cut strings. I've died and gone to purgatory, and my punishment is consciousness. Let me guess, All Hallows celebration. You ask, though, you already know. Half the young folk in the village were at the Guildhall last night. You'd been there too, at the start, but left early, on account of having to run the shop the next morning. It started so well, she says miserably. Her face and her hands, my friends, and we put on our best kerchiefs. I wore the blue one with the embroidered sleeves. We were going to dance a few dances, drink a cup or two of wine, be merry and modest, and home by Compline. I'm guessing that's not quite what happened. You say as you hand her a small pitcher of water. Someone, I think it was the swordsmith's sons, they got hold of. 3 entire casks. From the monastery cellars, it was the good wine. The kind the monks keep for saints' days. Don't ask me how they got it. There'll be hell to pay for sure. And there were barrels of ale. And then, oh God, then Robbie Fletcher showed up with a whole jug of his father's apple brandy. She looks up at you with haunted eyes. Have you ever had Goodman Fletcher's apple brandy? I'm wise enough to avoid it, you chide. It tastes like angels singing, like everything good in the world. She drops her head back into her hands, and then it turns into the devil's own piss in your veins. How much did you drink, you ask sympathetically. I don't know, she wails. I lost count. First it was wine, just being social, like. Then Emma challenged me to an ale-drinking contest, which I won, thank you very, and I thought, oh, just 1 cup won't hurt. But the cups kept getting refilled, and I kept drinking them.